happen to be an expert in this field.
Cherry blossom paint the skies in a Lamborghini view from Tokyo light to Kyoto station.
Yeah.
Dreams come alive where spirits rise.
That was 50 points off the track, baby.
In Japan, where the sun will always shine, traditions collide with the future's line. Through city streets and temples high, find your story beneath the sky. Waves scratch, pumping out your sense. Harmony flows to the best of lands. With the neon glow, where respect, the culture rich, where resistance in the morn of grace. We'll dance the night with every star, a guiding light. In Japan, where the sun will always shine, traditions collide with the future's line. The cherry lanes and
Well, I just got myself an AS valve already.
near the moonlit nights.
Canadians, keep the pressure on.
Alrighty, guys. I just wanted to really get in. We're gonna get into EuroTruck today. I have actually been really, been boycotting a thing. I think I might just start playing EuroTruck more than anything, and just not play American Truck, because a lot of times when I go through, I usually pick a game, and I'm gonna say we're gonna go with this. Now there is a thing I wanted to share with you guys, specifically the international combo. Okay, we use right now I use the international combo 1.55, and I use the international classic edition on this. And we use a lot. You can pick a lot of stuff here. We have a whole host of maps. But right now, the combo is also update some of the things for 1.56. We have Europe, we have Russia, we have Asia, we have Africa, we have the Americas, and we're starting to see some of these things start updating. Now right now, the only thing is I have utilizing only to show you guys that that's there. Also, let's check the American Truck combo, the 1.56 as well, to see if there's anything. Okay, and remember, like I said, I take out I do not use ATS, I do utilize coast to coast, and pretty much I use those, but I do not use the Western Canada. So nothing has really changed in here. So nothing is updated, but you are starting to see 1.56 for the Euro Truck side of things going on and into place. Um, as I'm kind of getting myself loaded in here, I was listening to Charlie Angus, and to be honest, like, I am somebody that I listen to, um, you know how I always listen to different people, and I always listen to a lot of different things, a lot of things going on in life, where I'm always listening to things from many different political spectrums and a lot of things, but mostly the only thing that I listen to the most and so one of the things that I always wanted to really come in, and you know, I listen to a lot of, like I said, a lot of variety in different areas. Mostly, I listen to LGBTQ, uh, mostly I listen to a lot of LGBTQ content. Mostly I listen to a lot of different various people and different various things throughout my own life, and the way that I listen to a lot of political content. Now, of course, I'm reusing the same title and same everything from yesterday, except for the, yeah, and one of the things that I wanting to really share with you, and the same thing that I always will consistently look into, is I'm always going to listen with a clear, sometimes clear-minded decisions on a lot of things. Tonight I don't got a lot of time. I'm just seeing that's 24-hour trip time. The best trip time is the smoke spots to France. But I don't want to just say this is the best thing. We're in Madrid right now, so we're gonna go to the cargo space. We're gonna come down here, and we're gonna say that is gonna give me 27-hour trip time. It is 4:30. I do not have that time, but I think we could do Birmingham. I think we could just do it, and say it'll be a 2-day trip for me, because we could easily start this, and then tomorrow, which is Wednesday, we could do that. Yeah, for 27 hours, yeah, we're gonna set that as our GPS. We're just gonna go, I'm gonna go until we cannot, and so I wanted to really share that, you know, I I listen to pretty much Midas Touch, the Midas Touch network. Like, I mostly listen to Midas Touch and Charlie Angus. I mostly listen to Brian Tyler Cohen, not as much as I used to. Um, I I listen to a lot of LGBTQ content through TikTok and stuff, but I don't get on TikTok that often. Um, and but one of the things that I always really wanted to really share with you guys is that the content that I get um through the internet is like I listen to a lot of Japanese, I listen to a lot of other like different cultures and different places and things. Like, look, like I want to really respond and really share that, you know, looking at Japan and looking at all these other constant relative places to think about, and you think about um, living in another country. Sorry, I had to get my thing open on TikTok as well. Get all of these things going and now, of course, there's a lot of things that when I look at a lot of these things within the ability to understand a country or understand places of these things. Look, just because you are absolutely safe or feel a lot more safer in another country, just realize that you're not going to be safe in an American culture. Okay, you're not going to be safe here in America. You're not going to be safe in Japan. You're not going to be safe in... What did I just hit? Why did I not get... do we have... Hold on. Do we have anything in Madrid? In Madrid to fix our situation here. Now I'm gonna tell you, like, I am somebody that, you know, you don't wanna just think and just, it doesn't bother me, it doesn't affect me, it doesn't do any of this. And you're right. It may not affect you. And it may not come directly to affect you in your home country or in your country. That, you know, you look at what's going on in the United States. Like, the thing I was listening to with Charlie Angus is talking about, you know, the using the analogy of 9/11 and basically taking the pillar, like there's one pillar, like we are at the face of this problem. Now, so of course we have this big, huge, major problem here in America that our democracy is falling apart. We are at the brunt of this. And if you think you cannot fight back, do fight back. Do fight. Don't just sit around and do get out and do something. You know, I'm doing something. I'm sharing with you guys this information because I don't think I can really say that, you know, I'm not gonna go step out and have these things when I don't really have these things going on. But you gotta realize that, you know, if they're gonna label me something, I'm gonna start fighting back. I'm gonna start protecting myself. And some of the things you can really do in America right now is to the point that, you know, that I'm gonna start working on a couple of things. Like I actually was listening to a thing the other day. You know, I'm somebody that, guess what? I'm somebody that is not completely left leaning. I am not like absolutely there, but what I was listening to is this guy from Powered by Rainbows. Shared this thing with a lot of no, I know I can pick it up just a tad bit. But one of the things that I wanted to really come out and say that, you know, he's basically, you know, basically he's right. We gotta have some willing to defend ourselves. You know, the NRA basically is out there willing to defend trans people. I don't know if that's the true case, but we should really be out there defending democracy and defending the right to have the use of guns and making sure that we defend ourselves with it. I know it's a lot of times, you know, you look at guns aren't necessarily a thing that, you know, I don't trust. Like, if a trans person is out there doing a thing and Hunter, yeah, no, I'm coming over here mostly mostly to go to service and get the service recommended, and then what we do is we take both of those and we confirm. Nothing, remember, like, I only do it if it's a 5% or above, because I don't mind having a little bit of wear and tear. Like, wear and tear is natural on a lot of these things. And so I just wanted to really just go in and do that. Now let's go to our company. Let's go to Garage Manager. We do have a full garage set. That means we are gonna have to go to services. We're gonna go to garage purchase. We already have one in Barcelona, in Spain. I could put one in Porto, but in willing to put that down in here. Now I do have this thing where in there I could go to Iceland. Now I think I have this downloaded. Hold on. I'm gonna do a thing real quick. You guys are gonna not see this for a second. It's nothing against you guys. I just want to say search. No 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 no. Downloads. No, I meant really to hit country. Um 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 I am not finding. Let me search. I'm searching. No, just let me go and search here and type in. Maybe. No. Okay. Well, I don't think I have enough anyway. Um, add-ons, ATS profiles. I'm not finding um because I had a thing. Okay, I don't have it right now, and and I'm not finding it. I probably have it somewhere stored. Um, Orenz, is that in? That's over there, Garage Viego. It's 180. Supreme. Alright. Um. We could do Norway. Um. Yeah, there's no way we can. And if I go to services, go to bank, um, I could pay that off. It's 42. Um, if I were to pay you off and then repurchase that, we would be at the price of buying that garage for now. Um, but I don't think we're going to end up. Hold on. I don't think we're gonna end up being able to buy anything. Um. Okay. Last place I'm gonna check real quick though. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna go to equal dex just to make sure. Okay, I thought that they... Thank you. Okay, yeah, Norway is on this list. So we are good to go. So we're gonna purchase you, and now we have a garage. We are now great, and we are now absolutely, completely, places, because there's basically, look, I'm going to basically what I did, when I buy businesses, or I buy things, I go in and I look at the country, and basically I'm going to put it into looking at the top countries within the world, and I will use Equaldex. I know it's not the best thing in Equaldex, but I look at it as, say, hey, if the country has an 80% or 80% or higher, they're gonna get there first. If they have a 90%, they're gonna get there before even the 80%. But I usually just do 80 plus because, you know, there's not a lot. No, actually, I don't know why it's having me go this way and having me rotate around. That's really weird. But okay. The route AI is just being somewhat being stupid, because look, I could have easily gone around and gone this way and gone that way, which would have saved me. I wonder. I know, because I was like, why is it having me following this? And I'm like, why am I going backwards on any of this? So I'm just gonna load and see if we can correct that thing. I only do this on an occasion. Thanks, Ilea Dunn, for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. Remember, guys, you guys can hit that follow on both Trovo and TikTok. It's free to do so, as well as subscribing on YouTube. And if you guys are enjoying yourselves, remember to hit that like as well. And share. Because it's great. But that's what I do is I am somebody that's LGBTQ conscious. I even do this in this game, and only because I go with an 80%, and then I go with the 70%, basically 90, 80, and 70% before I go anywhere else, to start my career and start doing things. And I know this is gonna probably screw with our little Lilyhammer purchase, but I'm not gonna complain. And plus, I'm using a whole bunch of mods, and if you guys want to know what mods I am specifically utilizing, that's gonna be coming here soon. But mostly, I did a video on it, on what I use in this game, and so you guys can kind of see, everything that I use. I do this with American Truck too. I am going to tell you that, yep, I knew it was going to screw up with our, I knew it was going to screw it up with our Lilyhammer purchase. You know what? We have 180. We have, here, let's do this. Let's go to services. Let's go to garage purchase now. We're gonna go garage purchase. Like I said, we're gonna go to Lilyhammer, and I'm gonna purchase here, and we now have a new garage. We have 22 on this availability. Because we're gonna need to get at least a... I know I cut that vehicle off. Sometimes I do those things, and no way in we are. Great ship. Let's go to our services. We're gonna do the service recommended. We're gonna take and like this right here. It's gonna cost us 28. If we have like a 1% on these, we can reduce a little bit. That there. I'm just trying to figure out on it. Maybe we just take and say, hey, look, let's just replace those, and then let's do the most aggressive. We'll put you up there and repair you, for now. That's gonna give us just a little bit of fixing on our truck. Our truck is no way, anywhere, shape, or form, anyway, good. And I'm gonna tell you, like, to be honest, like, you guys probably don't know, that I personally utilize a lot of Linux-based, computer. I use a lot of things related to computers. And one of the things that I love utilizing, and I can't say this enough, Linux is just absolutely one of the best things that I've ever gotten myself into. Like, I love Linux. I am absolutely a happy Linux user. You know, I pretty much like everything that I need to do, like if I need to create a resume or I need to just basically do basic tasks, I am happy to do that, and I'm also happy here to be able to play video games as well. And um and I'm going to tell you, I am so much happy a lot of the time um within a lot of this country, and or a lot of this operating system type of system that I love. And you know, Linux is the yeah, we're not going that way. Jeez. Where I use Linux on a daily basis, and you know, I'm happy. If you're a Windows 10 user and you are wanting, or Windows 11 user, and you want to switch over, and you have a PlayStation and you have an Xbox, it's probably a good idea to do so now. Because if you're somebody that just uses this as a daily driver, if you're not a content creator like that needs Adobe or that loves to use Adobe products, you can switch over. I use Shotcut to create content. I haven't used it in a while because mostly I just live stream, and most of the time I do off the cuff. I don't really edit a lot of my content unless I'm doing like an intro or something for a lot of things. And Shotcut works right here, right on Linux, and I use GIMP for my GIMP for my thumbnails for YouTube, and I absolutely am just somebody that is happily fantastic, and somebody that actually takes her life and just trying to get myself away a little bit from Microsoft. I'm not saying I'm against Microsoft completely, but you know, because I still have, because like I said, I still have Microsoft email. I still have a lot of like I have like 3 basic email services, and the 3 basic email service, technically I have 4, but I only have 3 email services. I only have Google, I have Yahoo, I have Microsoft, and I have 2 Microsoft accounts because my other one I was using it for business. I was using it for a radio station where people could just send things to that radio station. I don't have that anymore. I don't check it. To be honest, it's one of those things that if somebody hacked it, it's like I have nothing important on there, I don't think. But I'll double check. If I do, I will just more than likely just shut that thing down anyways. Because to be honest, it's like I don't actively really check my Google email that often. I really don't actively check my MSN that often, my Hotmail that often. I check mainly my Yahoo, because I use that as my daily driver. Like, I don't, like, to be honest, like, the only time I use Google is if I have to use it for, YouTube, or I have to use it for, some of these other platforms. Like, I only use it for, like, Quora, which I don't even use Quora. I haven't even gone onto Quora in ages, you know? I am somebody that does not agree with having too many social media platforms. Like, you can have too many platforms and it's not healthy for you. Like, I have pretty much 5 platforms that I primarily daily drive as a daily driver for email. I mean, not email, but for social media. And pretty much I just use YouTube. I pretty much use TikTok, and I pretty much use Sky, and I pretty much use Instagram, and Facebook, but those are the only platforms I use. I don't use Threads. I have a Threads account, but I don't use it very often. I pretty much hardly ever view Trovo, and I use, because I don't watch Trovo content. I don't really sit down and watch a lot of live streams. Personally, I don't watch a lot of them because there's not a lot of good live streams out there, but I do occasionally will watch a live stream here and there. You know, do I think live streaming is actually a fantastic thing? Of course I do. I sit there and I listen to Barnacules every Saturday, live streamed. I listen to, I watch Seabass on occasion. Seabass plays on an occasion. I will, on an occasionally, will watch I will occasionally sit and watch a little bit of, I will occasionally watch, uh, an occasional, like, Twitch stream, or very rarely do I watch Twitch anymore. I don't really use Twitch. The only time I have Twitch now is for Barnacules and only Barnacules. So or I'm catching for jobs for Fortnite, or I'm catching jobs for, Call of Duty. But I really don't use Amazon products. I don't shop Amazon very much. Even if I had a job, I still don't shop Amazon. I would rather, you know, these headphones were shopped from Amazon only because Amazon has a better protection policy for these headphones. My headphones that I use are the Yahuchan headphones from that, but I don't utilize them by buying it directly from them. I bought it from Amazon because Amazon has a better warranty policy than they do, and so that's why. Most of the time I only shop directly from the company themselves. You know, like, I buy most of my shoes directly from the company. Most of my shoes have been bought directly. Most of my clothes have been bought directly. You know, I don't go out and buy Nike at these unless they're like retail, absolutely sitting right there on the retail shelves. I don't usually go out and buy unless they are directly through the manufacturer's website and stuff. Or I will use Newegg, of course. I'll use Newegg for that. For my computer parts and stuff. But, like, if I can find it a little bit cheaper, I'm going to buy it a little bit cheaper from another place. But I'm going to mostly use PC Part Picker first, and then I'll go from there and pick out, okay, if I'm going to build a computer, where am I going to get the best, deals? I always like to look for the deals. I always hunt for the deals. I don't go and support Amazon. I to be honest, like, I rarely, haven't, you know, bought a lot of stuff lately anyways, because I don't have money. I'm working on getting a job. I just applied for one today. So hopefully things are going. Like, I've been trying my hardest trying to, there's going to be that 6-month gap right now. Because, you know, it's January. Actually, that 10-month gap. Like, I have been trying to get a job for the last 10 months in cleaning, to be honest. Like, I want to just do, like, normal office cleaning, or a thing that not a lot of people really take into consideration. Like, to be honest, like, the longest job I ever held was 5 years. And not because of most of those jobs that I've held for less than 5 years was because of college. And that was the only portion that I have had most job opportunities and most job related things. But to be honest, you know, I've dived into knowing that I utilize but, like, one of the things that I always will look into is, like, for me, like, I actively just try to find ways um to basically just purchase things that are not necessarily um these things. Not necessarily buying everything from these manufacturing places. Sometimes you know, ugh. Um, sorry, I had some things that are just, you know, where I end up wanting to really share with you guys that I don't actively go out and buy from. Okay, so it looks like that there could potentially um be a thing, but we need to go and get some rest. Um, Burgos. Um, we're gonna go. Hopefully we won't miss it because we have that easy thing. Um, but one of the things that I always share with you guys and always will advocate is like try your best to go to the manufacturer as much as you can. My computer case was built by the manufacturer of the Vitro V5. I went and bought everything bought the Vitro V5 and bought this computer directly from them. Not all the parts. I bought most of them from Newegg or um in the most greatest place for it. That's the only thing that I've bought in pretty much everywhere and where I spend a lot of my cash and a lot of my money. And to be honest, that's where I go and do things like that. Now, of course, a lot of times, my computer is built full AMD because I just was like, you know what? I see AMD's doing pretty well against Intel right now. When I bought this computer, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go into AMD, not because I'm a gamer, not because um, I just saw that it's getting a lot better for AMD, and I'm really wanting to support them and getting them continuing support. You know, AMD is still having some issues with the ASRock board. There are still some things that they're not like these computer Intel and AMD are not doing the greatest when it comes to these things. It's not just Intel. It's just not just AMD that is experiencing these problems. It's both. Thanks, Kevin. Tom Kavanagh for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. Um, so one of the things that I'm gonna tell you guys is like, look, I am not somebody that's gonna be out here and say, look, we can have our own personal disagreements on things and have different um and have different beliefs and different ways of thinking and all of this, and we can say you can use Windows all you want, but just remember, Windows has your data. Windows has all of your when you have a crash, you did something that you weren't supposed to probably be doing. Microsoft has that. I don't. That's why I'm kind of getting away from some of these places where if I have to give them telemetry data, send them that information to the company, I'm like, I'm not gonna sit there and use that. The thing is, I use Florp, but that's what? That's a Firefox. Firefox does collect telemetry data. So I'm like, it's whatever. Um, it's kind of. I'm trying to take that process and to mitigate as much as I can, and mitigate as much as I can in my daily driver in my daily life. Um, because I use Google, I use Samsung to be more precise. Um, and And so I use a lot of these things as a daily way of just getting somewhere and actually taking my thing where, you know, okay, so we actually go and park out here. Because we do need to rest a little bit. So I will say, like, I am somebody that you want to really take into consideration that, you know, my political leanings, like, I will tell you today I'm not getting into a lot of political content, but I am going to say a couple of things. Mostly, I'm going to tell you, like, I politically lean to the left. I politically lean, I'm not like, I'm a progressive. I consider myself a progressive, not a leftist, not a thing. I consider myself more independent than I consider myself that way, but I caucus with, like, I'm kind of like Bernie Sanders in a way, where, you know, I kind of really am somebody that's more independently, more of independent, more of wanting to, but a lot of my political beliefs are left and right leaning, because I'm not somebody that's against guns. With I'm only against a handful of things within the gun community, but like high capacity magazines, you know, high capacity, like I would say, like, if you have like a shotgun with 2 bullets, you're gonna take time to reload that. If you have a gun that has, you know, a thing, it's gonna take time to reload compared to having multiple things. But yes, you can be better aim, but of course, you can mitigate those things with, like, recoil control. You know, in Call of Duty, there's a lot of different varying weapons, and we have a lot of varying different weapons here in the United States. And M16 is the same as you know, a 50 cal. Not really, but it is close enough to that I wouldn't want anybody to have certain ammo capacities. Like, I don't want people to have a 50 caliber rifle because you know what, I'm doing this for you guys. I am absolutely did not realize it's almost that time for me to get off. I was actually gonna do it here, and then I realized it's only 5:17. Ay, my bad. But anyway, I'm one of those people that you gotta really think about the implications and the things that we do spend a lot of time with. And you know, if you're somebody that does not stand with the LGBTQ community, there's things that I am left leaning on. I'm left leaning. I am an LGBTQ supportive person. I will support every LGBTQ known to man. I am somebody that supports abortion in some regards. Like, I don't think abortion should be used willy-nilly by anybody, but at the same time, should just be done. But you can't have, the thing is you can't ban these things, ban abortion, because you go out and you ban it. What about the life of the mother? What about the saving the life of the mother? And that situation. Like, you cannot come out and tell me that you are an abortion, that you say you want to care for the life of somebody, and you know, I am pro-life in a lot of these things, but I also, abortion is something that, you know, pro-life is, you got to be willing to protect the life of the mother. But when you start banning abortion, you start taking away that right, because of it, doctors are going to be more afraid to do an abortion, because they're going to be afraid that they're going to get caught doing something that, you know, might be going against the law, and they go overcompensate for it. And that's the problem with it. I'm not against you know, I'm not like, I'm more of a pro-life when you go and get vaccinated. I'm pro-life when you are willing to take care of the child, take care of the family, taking necessary steps to try to stay alive as much as you can. Like, I am somebody that's actively in that point of trying to do things like that. So I really am going to be somebody that, if you're pro-life, make sure that we give everybody a living wage. Make sure that we are giving everybody the opportunity to have a job, making sure that everybody has the opportunity to make sure that these kids are being fed and clothed and housed, and not giving these children just basically, you want to create children, but then you don't want to protect those children. You don't want to make those things a part of your daily life, because you don't see these kids as any better than um yourself. Like, you only want to take care of yourself, and you don't want to see it as taking care of others. It's these big corporations only care about themselves, don't care about taking care of the people that work for them. You know, a lot of times, like, we should have paid family leave. You know, a lot of these things that are there to protect. What the... What the fruit? Okay, why are we out like this? Thanks, Marcus, for joining the TikTok live. Huh. You know, but I'm also somebody that, if you are out there willing to stand up and protect America and protect the American way of doing things, we can still, like, to be honest, like, I am somewhat that way. Now, of course, you know, Japan is experiencing a lot of homelessness, and a lot of people don't realize this. A lot of people don't really look at Japan and say that Japan is absolutely a fantastic country. I want to go live there. I want to go and become that part of that country. But guess what? Did you know that Japan is facing a homeless crisis? You probably didn't know that. You know? You know, I'm always somebody that's out there looking for the best care and taking the best care into the life of making sure that, you know, we get the best quality of life that we can. We need to make sure that we are here on this earth, okay? We are here on this earth. We are here to treat this earth with respect and treat it as God wants us to treat this earth. And a lot of times, a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, you know, oh, we shouldn't have wind or solar or these things because they're harmful to the earth." They're not harmful. If God didn't give us this technology to understand and learn it, and and you don't want to utilize this because you say, "Oh, it's harmful," but it's actually not. A lot of times, wind turbines, yes, solar panels are a lot less availability, but a lot of times these things, we have to have a variety of uses and a variety of technology of how wind turbines and power, and and a lot of these things for it. Why? Because these things are there so that we can utilize to do what? Allow us to have this for all the AI purposes, to be able to do that. No, they don't want it. They only want us to pollute the earth. They don't see that way. And of course, we're all going to be polluting this earth anyway. We're all polluting this earth by not really doing a lot of the things that are being done that way. Okay, so do we have anything? Because I'm gonna get off here shortly. So here, we're gonna go this way. Unless, do we have any other? No, that's the closest one, because we need to repair this vehicle badly. But I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm always somebody out there willing to take into consideration on what's going on, what can we do to make better decisions and make better choices in our lives. You know, giving us a little bit of healthier, removing food additives. Do what Europe has. Become like Europe. Because in a lot of our stuff, and it's like, I'm gonna tell you, it's like, how can somebody have in America, that has lived here in America, can now had gone to Europe and now can eat raw onions, can eat certain things that he could not eat here in America, because he had so many problems, but he does not have problems there. It's because of, it's all the chemicals that we put into our body, all the chemicals that are there. And all of that, and it's really sad to see people go and say that, you know, that autism is a bad thing, but yet when you look at the health and the problems, like autism is not a epidemic like people think it is. Like, we have 5 million adults who are autistic. 5 million autistic adults is different than 5 million, then compared to 300. We have 300 million plus people. 5 million adults are autistic. That's not an epidemic. That is not an epidemic. That is no way, shape, or form, in any way, shape, or form, an epidemic. Because it's not a problem, it's no issues, because only 5+ million people, that's not a lot of people. That's not a lot of adults on the spectrum. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're really going to try and cure autism, you can't cure autism. You cannot cure it, because the problem is it's neurological, and it's going to be different for a lot of things. Like, you cannot completely, you can't cure HIV, can you? Of course, we're trying to cure it. We're trying to find ways to cure these things. But if you're born with autism, you cannot change. Hold on. Okay, no, it's up here. We're gonna stop here, guys, for today's episode, because I need to get off. Because I'm pretty sure my mom has a class that she has to do tonight. So, but before we do get off, let me go to services. We're just going to go and do the service recommended here and hit confirm and see that the only thing that we have is 2% there. So nothing really. I just go in, repair these things if I get a 5 or more on these things. And that's what we do. So I'm going to tell you guys, today we're going to end it here. Let me see. We have 20 hours to go, guys. 20 hours to our next destination. But I do need to get off for tonight at least, because Mom has class, if I'm not mistaken. So we will take this time, guys. If you would like to see this more of this content, sometimes today's just off the cuff. 2025. I'd like to see off the cuff stuff. Thanks Bentley for joining. I might be on a little bit later on tonight, but for now, and I'll live stream again. I will. Actually, you know what? We're gonna save it. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I might get off. Oh, alrighty, I'm back, guys. I am absolutely back. I'm going to give you guys a listening to some retrowave music. While we wait. While you guys wait, I'm gonna make some supper, and then I'll come back and we will drive for a little bit. Until basically we'll drive until we get this thing done, and then I'm gonna hop into some Fortnite and we're gonna go from there. But you guys, if you're watching on YouTube, we will not be live for that stuff. So I'm gonna let you guys listen to my favorite retro wave stuff. And remember, this is all coming from Panda Beats. So there you guys go. And I will do this thing. I absolutely think alright, here we go, guys. Okay. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some supper. We'll be back in about like 5-10 minutes. Um, for that. I might... Okay. Well, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go make some supper, and then we'll be back in about like 15 minutes, 20, maybe at the most 30. So we'll take a break. We'll finish this job, and we'll come back later. Alrighty guys, we are back. Alright. Alright, so there's anyway, there is this thing that, you know, I am somebody that I'm gonna tell you, like, there's a lot of things, like, that I do with Windows, that I just absolutely don't like using Windows much anymore. I pretty much only use OBS, and I pretty much only use OBS, and that's it. Like, I don't use any other programs on this computer anymore, like, for a lot of good reasons. Like, you know, I don't remember what we were talking about anyways, so I'm just gonna talk about Linux, and why I moved inextensively, like, to be honest, like, Linux is absolutely a thing that, look, it's getting a lot easier for me to just use Bazite. Like, I use Bazite as a thing. Now, the problem is, there are still gonna be issues with Bazite. Like, there's still gonna be issues with a lot of things. There's still gonna be issues if you don't do it right, you don't build it right. You know, this is why I say you should always use, build your computer utilizing full AMD, just because I know you can use NVIDIA. I know you can do that. But, like, personally, go and utilize AMD before you go and use NVIDIA. Because, to be honest, there's still going to be support, but AMD is going to have a lot more support than NVIDIA. And, you know, you can go use Intel, but use NVIDIA. NVIDIA is like, it's one of those things where, you know, I want to be able to utilize AMD and an NVIDIA at a high rate of not wanting to use it. Now, of course, if I can get my compliant graphics card, then I want to be able to go and, you know, doing things within the process. Now, of course, I use a lot of NVIDIA. I use a lot of AMD over the years. Like, I have a 1660 NVIDIA here, like that, or a 1650 Ti. I can't remember which one of those two. I am over here using AMD, full AMD. I've used Intel over the years. I've used a whole host of different graphics cards and different stuff, and I'm saying, like, look, I use AMD. Like, right now my FPS is 60 FPS, and as long as I'm getting 60 FPS and everything, as long as I'm getting full 60 FPS in a game, I don't care. Why? For it, and I'm always somebody that will actively go out and utilize these different platforms, and I actively like I actively utilize these platform, the Linux-based operating system, or utilizing these places, and you know, that's why I recommend you go with AMD at least, because AMD is gonna have a lot more of support than NVIDIA. Now that doesn't mean you can't run support with NVIDIA. You just need to make sure that if you're going to be running, if you're having an older GPU before the 1600 series, then I would recommend that you should probably upgrade. You should probably have an upgraded system for an NVIDIA, at least, to use BASIC. I would not recommend, like, if you're at a 10 series, yeah. But I would recommend go with an AMD. I use AMD, and I'm not gonna say I'm like actively an AMD supporter. I'm not actively an Intel supporter. I'm not an actively out here trying to support these things, because like I said, I'm gonna tell you, like, I am not going to pick NVIDIA or AMD or Intel over these things. I've used AMD in my PlayStation. I've used AMD in my thing. I use NVIDIA on my Switch. I use NVIDIA on my, and Intel, NVIDIA on my laptop, and AMD on my laptop. I've used Intel over the course of going to school, you know? And I love, and I'll tell you, like, I am not somebody that's a person that pushes and shoves between the companies, but I'm not gonna, but, you know, when I was 13th or 14th gen, I'm glad I didn't buy an Intel 13th or 14th gen system. I am just glad I didn't, because of the issues going on. I'm glad I bought AMD when I did. You know? Like, I think I built this computer like 4 years ago. Like 3-4 years ago. Like, it's probably about time that I start upgrading and start shifting. But I'm not going to do that until I have a job. And pretty much I'm going to change this laptop here first before I change to anything. Okay? Like, I am not going to sit here and change my streaming computer on a daily basis. I'm like, I'm not gonna go out there and say, you know, will I keep this laptop? If I said, you know, would I keep it? Of course I probably would. But if I upgraded and said I'm not gonna keep this laptop, like, nothing really is important on this computer except for my videos that I record, and I can just easily just move them over, cut the drive, remove the drive from this computer, both of them, replace the drives and sell them off, and sell it off on that, and say, look, I'm no longer Firstly, I would sell it, and or I would end up giving it to Scarlett for pennies on the give it to Scarlett for free, because and give it a full Bazzite treatment, give it everything Linux based, because I would sell it as a Bazzite computer, as a full leaning computer for it. Like, I am somebody out there that's, you know, I'm out here willing to and so hold on, guys, hold on. Hold your horses. Okay. But I'm gonna tell you, like, I am somebody that, like, the biggest reason is Windows is just dark patterns telling you, oh hey, you want the Office 365. Like, I don't want to be shoved these things. I don't want to be shoved and told me that I have to use this, I have to use that, I have to. Like, I am not. Like, I'm not gonna go out there and tell you, hey, look, the only things that I'll tell you that I absolutely will tell you is, like, if I don't actively use them, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm not gonna go out there and do that. And push you into utilizing these things. Like, one of the things that I love that you guys can go check out in my link tree, is I don't own them, but it's the only pair that it's the only thing that I would actively push and say, look, I tell you, I like shoes, and you guys can go and get Christian Satori shoes. They're the greatest Italian shoes ever, according to them anyway. But look, and you can get them duty free too in the United States. So if you are actively looking for a pair of shoes, look at those. And you guys can get like 10% off. You know, you guys can get 10% off on these shoes, and that's a great, fantastic thing. And you guys are helping me out in the long run. Like, I am gonna tell you, like, like sometimes, like, in this game, like, seriously, like, I might just drop everything off and just add, just remove a lot of Europe and just add Russia, add the Asian portions, and just add, like, pro mods, and then add a lot of the Russian, Asia, European areas, or African areas, and just add those instead of just pushing everything in Europe. Like, unless it's like, unless it's like the Don, like, I might throw in a little bit of the European areas, but I'm not gonna go, like, Like if the Dawn boss requires a Russian area, I might just do that. I don't know. But I'm gonna keep with what I've got. I'm gonna wait till 1.56 gets updated. We're slowly getting there. So I'll tell you, like, I am somebody that actively is out here playing these things with the getting back onto Linux stuff. The whole reason why I wanted to switch from Windows to Linux is because Windows Dark requiring me to Office 365, always requiring me to do these things, and always pushing it, like always pushing that envelope to not support to basically require for me to utilize Linux, to not require me to use Office 365, dark patterns, requiring me to access these things. Like, no. It's like, if I want an operating system that does not push me to doing something. Okay? Now, of course, I'm in Bazite, and Bazite's notorious for gaming. It's one of the gaming distros. I'm not saying that all these Linux distros can game. I'm just saying this one is one that absolutely has all the gaming packages and everything that you need to run for gaming. And I am one of those people that, you know, I use Linux on this basis because of Windows also putting ads or forcing me to have ads or wanting me to connect my phone to the Windows. It's like, I'm not gonna do that. To do that. I'm not gonna sit here and put a Windows operating system and actively put a Windows operating system on when I'm getting these things like that. It's like I can understand it with PlayStation, but PlayStation is meant to showcase new gaming news, gaming stuff. Like, that's something that I want to see. Like, I don't want to go and actively go and sign into a Windows-based operating system and be forced to use a product that I don't want to use, that I don't have the money to do it, or forced into utilizing these things. It's like, why? Why should I have to go and be forced to sign into an account? Like, on PlayStation, I don't have to do that. I can sign in. I don't have to sign in. I can just create a local account and play games that way. I don't have to be required to connect to the online, but in order to buy things off the store, I have to. But that's a thing where that's something I support. Like, Microsoft taking all the data and using that data for my daily driver is a different situation. Linux, I actively use this. I'm sitting here driving a truck across Europe, Russia, and Asia, across Europe and Asia, and I love it. And so I use this as a point that, look, I use these things as a beacon that, hey, Linux is starting to, like, I told you, like, I've never knew about Linux to up until in the recent last couple of years, to be honest, like, I did not come to support, I did not come here on a basis of utilizing Linux on the basis that, you know, I just took the plunge, I did it, I said, okay, gaming's coming to a point, can I play games on it, can I do the things that I daily drive, yeah, I can, because do I have to rely on PlayStation? Of course I'm going to have to buy a PlayStation 6 whenever that comes out. But, you know, look, I would rather buy my games through PlayStation and Linux. And utilize Linux as a daily driver. To be honest. Like, Windows is just starting to become a point of contention for me. I'm like, I don't use it. I don't want to use Linux in any way, shape, or form anymore. Windows, sorry, not Linux, Windows. Like, I want to use Linux, I want to be actively utilizing it. Like, would I go back and switch to Windows because Windows is being such better? No, it's not. If I wanted to go back to Windows just because I wanted to play Fortnite, just because I said I'm going to play it on Windows, I'm going to actively play it on Windows, nope. I now completely just play it on my PlayStation now. And I am actually more akin to doing it on my PlayStation than anything else. You know, I actively I'm actively willing to take that plunge and shift my place to utilizing Linux more and more, because I think we should. I think you should just do it. Like I said, if you actively just browse the internet, do it. You'll be fine. If you actively are somebody out there that is playing indie titles, do it. If you're actively out there somebody that utilizes for video editing, you might have, and you use Adobe, you're going to have a problem. But figure out, switch. Figure out, change your workflow. Figure out a different program. Utilize that program. You know, I use GIMP. I use Shotcut. Those are the two operating systems, those are the two programs that I use for editing and stuff. And that's what I use on an active basis for it. And I'm actively gonna say I'm happy with it. I am more in love with it. Now, I know that we're going to need to get some rest, but let's go to used trucks. Okay, we have this Scania. Do we have... I'm not going to go into the Scanias right now. No. Let's go to company. Let's go to truck manager, sorry. We have the Scania S's, the Mercedes Actros's, and the Iveco Stralis. I just wanted to see, we have the Volvo, FH4, for the used truck right now. We have the Volvo FH4 Globetrotter. We also have the DAF, the DAF there. This is the lowest one right here is the Volvo. But I want to go over to our catalog. Let's go to Truck Explorer. I'm going to the Volvo FH4, the Globetrotter XL, okay, so the Volvo, the truck for this, is gonna be great for Norway, would be even great for Iceland too, my two chassis, I'm just seeing, the 4, I want to make sure that we are on the high settings, yeah, okay, okay, so that's not gonna be something we're gonna use, for it, so we don't have the Volvo stuff. No, we're not gonna use the Volvo. We have the DAF, X5, the Super Space, down here, so that's the DAF, and it's the DAF here, go tag lift, it's only the 510, .510. Yeah, so basically the DAF is actually going to be a decent truck. Now it's the DAX XF105, right? That's the only one there. We got the Mercedes, we got the MAN trucks, we got the Volvo F6, FH6. I do not see any of the FH3s though. Because if we go to Truck Explorer, yeah, if I find the FH3s, we'll go with that in process. If we find those, we'll go for it. The Renaults are only at 4. The Renault T's are there, the Renault Magnum. Can go up to 420 for that. The Renault Premium. Yeah, the Renault Premium. Does not have my logo. We also have the Man TG. I wanted to see yeah, we don't have enough right now to purchase any vehicles. Anyway, we do have the Volvo the FH4s, which, to be honest, it is not great. You guys should exclusively have those. So we'll see where we end up. What next truck we will pick. If I do, I still want to have every truck in the game. As much as we can. But we'll see where we end up and what we do. "12 minutes to next checkpoint." Okay. It'll be fine, getting to that point. But also getting to the point, you know, I will tell you, I actively, really am going to tell with you guys that, you know, don't give up on something. Don't just say, "Oh, I'm going to do this." Why don't you Because we're going to do it here. And we'll do that. So I'm gonna... But I'll tell you, it's like... I pick Linux as a... Anyway. Getting off the Linux topic, guys, because I don't want to... I'm really... Don't want to... Um... Anyway, you know, this country, to be honest, this country is just, you know, to me, being in the United States and being here, you know, I do have a lot of problems going on, a lot of issues going on here, but a lot of these issues are compounded by Trump, and a lot of these issues, more issues, are compounded by Trump. I'm not saying that, you know, if you go back and you look at, go look back at Biden's era, we still had issues when Biden was in office. We still had issues when Obama was in office. We still had issues when Bush and all of these countries, we still have issues today. And all of those issues are just natural issues that we try to fix, but sometimes it's going to take us, like, it's going to take you over the course of 40 hours. It's going to take you, of course, it's going to take you at least 15, 20 years. It's going to take you a lot longer than a presidency, a 4-year presidency. You cannot, like, things cannot change just overnight. Economy tanked under Biden because of Trump, because of the what Trump was doing. Okay, it's going to take time to get out of these slumps and a lot of problems with just the economy. You know, we're not the only country that's facing problems. Japan is facing some problems. They're facing, like, like, not only are they facing problems, okay, we face those exact same problems with homelessness. And you guys can go and watch Oriental Pearl. And you can watch how Japan has changed. Um, you can watch how a lot of the problems that are faced is like, you think that America's facing the same issues, or you think that Japan doesn't have these issues. Japan has a lot of issues. Japan has issues just like we do. They have a struggling economy. They with their rice, they're having a rice shortage. They're having problems because you know, if I was given the opportunity in a heartbeat, if I was given the opportunity to go farm, I would do it. If I was given that opportunity to farm in Japan, I would so totally take that offer. Because, to be honest, like, I wouldn't mind farming. I wouldn't mind helping grow the economy in that way. But I'm not gonna sit here and be out there wanting to talk to people. I sit here and talk to you guys because you guys aren't here. I don't want to sit there and push something that I don't know about, that I don't like actively push on selling you something that, you know, that is like, it's expensive to buy it, but when you go out and buy it, it's like, I try to basically say, look, the biggest thing is, and so I actively look into these problems, like, you know, when you go to the countries aren't expected to be perfect. Okay? Like the United States, for example, is not a perfect nation. It never will be. Canada will never be a perfect nation, nor will every country. No nation is perfect. There are compounding problems in every country. Some of those compounding problems are more horrible than the United States is facing. Okay? You know, it's like, you go to another ones, like, they can still experience problems that we face. Like, but they're not as big and predominant as we hear it from these other countries, because we only are narrowly minded. You know, I started looking into Japan as somewhere where I didn't look into Japan because, I looked into Japan because I thought it was like a great place to live. It's a great place to want to be. But there's a problem. That Japan faces every year as well. And they face problems. We face it. Are you serious? So why don't you put an X there instead of putting the barrier down? But you know, I look at these countries and I look at there's like we have a problem. Biggest problem here in the United States is violence, and the biggest problem here in the United States is ICE, Trump, the MAGA party, are the biggest problems we face. And we face it, not only do we face these issues, some of those things are bleeding into other countries, or bleeding into these things, because it's just like, look, if you actually really think about it, if you look at the Yazis, the German people from 1930, okay, and sorry, I would like to say the actual name, but you guys know what I'm talking about. That you know, their ideology is still around. It's not as predominant as it used to be. Okay? It's not as predominant as what it used to be in the 1930s, and as it is today, but it still resonates with a lot of people. It's like it's like you can still experience these issues and still have a host of issues going on, because you can't you have to realize that somebody out there who learns this history is going to find a way to use that history, like 1930s, to do it here in the United States. And it's happening right now, and it's happening more frequently. It's happening at a lot more predominantly than it did in Germany, because it's like it's actually taken Trump as long as it did Hitler. Oh, great. We're gonna crash. Oh, great. We're gonna crash.
Why did your colleagues...
Okay. Okay. So it's gonna be... Alright, guys, I'm gonna have to restart my computer. Occasionally I get these things where I get these issues. Alright, we're gonna have to restart it because we crashed. And it happens. So, let me go down here. I'm trying to get logged in. Um, you guys cannot see, it's not here with me logging in. I have to do that again as well. So give me a second. It's not logging in twice, it's connecting to my internet. Alright, we're back. Go to home. Okay. Play. Oops, wrong thing. There we go. Alright, let's load it in. Now, of course, if you go and you just have pro mods or you just have one map mod, you're not gonna have any problems. But you're gonna have problems like this because you're trying to load in a lot of stuff, and it's gonna crash at some point because you have a whole bunch of these. Like it's like this game does not have as many crashes. If you, that's why I say, if you're looking for something, I would recommend you have a 64 gigabytes of RAM. Then you having 32. Always have, like, if you're gonna do something like this, make sure you have 64 gigs of RAM, because that'll help a lot. we'll see where we go and see how things are shaping up to be. Now, I'm gonna check another thing here. Before we completely load in, I'm gonna check to see if I got all of my missions from yesterday. Okay, hold on. Okay, I got both of them yesterday. Okay, and nothing new right now, but I'm on the off chance that sometimes we do get these crashes. Now, if they both mean, if they both mean turn, to the left or turn to the right or, no U-turning, I don't get that. Like, why can't they just say no? Like, arg. So, I know it's one of those things where I just have a lot of struggles within my own daily life that, you know, the biggest one is can I get a job? What's the problem with not being able to get a job? Why can't I get one? Okay. It's gonna be 50 because we're in a city area. So, because we're in the Paris area, and Paris is notoriously like this. But thanks JOLOL for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. Remember, guys, on occasional time, will I come in and play a game like this at a long distance? I knew today I was gonna do that because I was gonna do like in a two episode kind of thing. I did that with I was gonna do that with the other one, but then I wanted to add the Russia map and show you guys how to get the game roughly installed and roughly to get things out for you guys to see. I haven't checked if I have any messages from you guys. Like, I hardly ever respond to my old Command & Conquer stuff because, to be honest, like, can you run Command & Conquers on this? It's gonna take you a while, take you a long time to do it because, to be honest, like, you're gonna have to install Origin. So we're still going 50 kilometers an hour. Because this area is just so slow. It just seems so slow. But I'm pretty sure it's like 40, 50 miles an hour, like 40 miles an hour. Hour might be 50, 60 miles an hour pretty much. But I'm not gonna care. Guys are going, Tunnel du Lande. So now we can start going 90 miles an hour. Thanks Grayson Burkett for joining the TikTok live thing. Thank you. You know, it's like I'm just happy that I'm able to just run this game. I may occasionally get crashes. Now, I'm telling you the reason why I say I'm occasionally getting crashes. It's not the game itself that's getting crashes. It's the amount of mods that I have. And that's what's gonna be problematic within the game like this. And that's the big problem. It's nothing more or less. Like if I added pro mods into this, I'm not gonna have any crash issues. I haven't had any crash issues. I went from one end to the other end without having any crashing. I just have occasional because of how much mods I have. Like I would probably drop a lot of Europe mods unless like I was thinking about it, just basically going and adding just the Donbass region, going and adding Russia, just adding maps that pertain to going to the left, going to the east, not modifying or rebuilding. That's why I took out Lativa Rebuild. That's why I took out a lot of the rebuilding areas. And because why? Why do I need to have a whole bunch of maps? But then I was like, okay, if it involves rebuilding, I was thinking about just not even having Poland, having a lot of this stuff that is not in here, but I ended up really changing my mind and just installing what I could before I crash. And if I crash on occasion, it's like in real life. Yeah. You can tell. I meant to go backwards. I'm an idiot. Why did I do that? No. Why? Okay. Here we go. But it's a lot of things that just go on within my life. Like, I'm trying to get something to talk about, and it's just kind of, you know, when you talk about music and you talk about these things, like I told Glass, like Glass sent me a text earlier today asking whether or not like is Nickelback or Michael Jackson. But I was like, they're both great artists. They're both great bands. I cannot. They're both great great musicians, artists, whatever you like to do it. And I just love music. But to be honest, I don't listen to a lot of Michael Jackson. I absolutely don't listen. Like, I have Michael Jackson sitting here. Haven't listened to his music. Haven't listened to Air Supply. I haven't listened to a lot of my records. In a lot of things, because, like, to be honest, I hardly ever listen to music these days, and if I do, it's going to be on a rare occasion. I'm always listening to political content. I'm always tuning in, always listening to that. I am somebody that you don't want to get into messing within within a lot of the content on a daily basis, because look, I'm somebody that you don't want to mess with. You don't want to really put a lot of that content in front of me and say, look, you're gonna listen to this, you're gonna sit down and believe everything Trump says. I'm not gonna sit here and do that. I don't sit there and actively sit and listen to Fox News. I don't actively sit down and listen to TV media. Okay? I don't listen to. I occasionally listen to MSNBC. I will occasionally listen to CBS. I'll occasionally listen to CNN and these other content. But mainly I listen to independent. Mainly I listen to David Packman, David Packman, Midas Touch, Brian Tyler Cohen, and the Ring of Fire occasionally. I don't literally listen to Ring of Fire that often. Compared to the rest of these people, but I'm always sitting here listening to Only in Japan. I'm listening to a lot of what's going on across the world too, and on occasion. But to be honest, it's the one that I listen to the most on is the Midas Touch Network, and Charlie Angus is another one that I kind of will occasionally go and check to see what's going on up there and see a lot of things. And we shouldn't be fleeing from a lot of these things. We need to fight. We need to stand up. Make sure that you have a gun. Protect yourself. Like, in the United States, like, we do absolutely need to protect ourselves more than we needed to 10 years ago, to be honest. Like, this is something where we need to do that. And I'm also somebody that okay, hopefully Links Project for joining the TikTok live thing. Thank you. But it's like I don't sit here and believe everything that comes out of people's mouths. You know, I follow Marianne Williamson. I don't listen to Marianne Williamson anymore. I don't listen to a lot of things. I just want to know that, you know, I listen to a lot of LGBTQ content from Aaron in the morning, primarily. I do have some bias in what I want to hear, and to be honest, like, I do have a little bit of a bias, and it's like we all have our own bias towards certain content and certain things that we look at and certain things that we do. And you can say that I listen to these things. There's a bias towards it. There is a bias on on all sides. You go and you listen to pick a news station and you just listen to it for the day. You're gonna have a bias towards something. They're gonna have a bias towards something. They're gonna have a bias towards this and that. Like, and that, you know. Okay, there we go. Sometimes I make those things. Yeah, but we have a bias on a lot of things. Everybody has their own opinions on things, their own point of view, and you know, the point of view is like, you look at me and I'm sitting here and I'm gonna tell you my point of view on a music. Like, okay, there are a lot of people out there that will say country music is fantastic, country music is great, country music is absolutely the best music ever created. And I'll tell you no. I'll tell you metal is the best music ever created. And you're gonna look at me and say, oh well, no, I just it's like, or you can say that your favorite music artist you like you listen to like Imagine Dragons, like, okay, that's your favorite artist of all time, you love that, you own every single album, and I can tell you Nickelback's the greatest artist. Okay, I'm gonna tell you we have our own opinions on things. Now that doesn't mean that I like Nickelback as an entirety, but do I consider Nickelback a lot better than some of these other things? It's like, yeah, I'll tell you, like, you know, I listen to a lot of how can I put it this way? I listen to a lot of retrowave music. Retrowave is absolutely the best, one of the best genres of all time. And I listen to it on a daily basis. I go and listen to new retrowave. I listen to LGBTQ. I listen to the content for for a lot of these places. I listen to, you know, the Come on. Okay. And so I listened to a lot of different various I thank you for joining. I listened to a lot of different various musicians and everything that I sit there and I'll tell you, like, I sit here and I enjoy the content that is just music in general. Like, I will occasionally listen to some rap. I will occasionally listen to some country, but it's very rare that you'll catch me listening to a lot of that. You'll occasionally see me listening to some 70s, 80s, and even some 60s, but it's very occasional. It's not like something I'm not gonna go there and actively, like, say, oh, this artist, oh, they're this from the 60s. Like, no, okay, look. You know, I am always going to tell you, I'm always actively in that process of just listening and picking what I want to listen to for the day. Sometimes, some days I want to listen to Japanese music. Some days I want to listen to no music. Some days I want to listen to rock. Some days I want to listen to pop. Some days I want to listen to metal music. Some days I just want to listen to all of those. And that's okay. We can enjoy the music that we enjoy. And that's a fine. Okay, now let's see if we can take this ferry and go to proper locations. Okay. So we're not going to Malay. We need to go over to the shortest, the Cattenberry. Okay, hopefully this is the right one. It should be the shortest distance. Yep. Yeah. Oh, it is Dover right there. Dover. I didn't see that. Okay. We're driving now in the UK. Yeah, I don't know why I'm having a struggle trying to get out and out on that. Yep, I'll just take that thing because I did not see that. Little bit of the fairy. And I'll tell you um like how far do we got left? We got 4 hours left on our trip time. Um and we're going to Birmingham. And I'll tell you, like I love this game to a lot of the point is that, you know, anyway, I just love this game and I love this ability to play games like this. But one of the things that I wanted to really share with you guys is that in a game like this, um, because I'm always, thanks Vero for joining. It's one of those things where, you know, that within the political landscape and the things that are going on, you know, I am somebody, like I always say, is like, I'm not center to right, I'm more leaning towards the left than I am leaning towards the right. I am somebody that's here for I am a progressive, not a liberal, not a Democrat. I am more wanting to progress this country, wanting to grow this country, wanting to make sure that this country can become better, and we can't do that if we don't change overnight. And we can't do that overnight. We cannot change overnight. We cannot change on the side of thanks Bentley for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. We cannot change the way that we view things from the left standpoint or the right standpoint or the standpoint of we have a lot of people on the left, we have a lot of people on the right that do not like what's going on right now. Major people on the right, on the left, but the majority of, like, not all right people are. Oh, yeah, see, normally I wouldn't crash here either. I might remove the better graphics mod after the fact I deliver this and see if we because the better graphics mod might be something I might remove because I am utilizing a lot of it. But you know what? I might say Is that a free thing? Hold on, do we got a free truck? Okay. Okay. Well, we crashed again, which is dumb. I'd like to see if we could get this done, and I can take a break from playing video games for a little while. And then we'll get back on at 9:30. Thanks, Trip, for joining the TikTok live thing. Thank you. Come on, game. Because I'm thinking, because most of the places that I already have are already considered part of Pro Mods. So I might just go out and say we're just gonna use Pro Mods, and then Asia with a little bit of extra. But we'll see. So we're allowed to go 90 kilometers an hour, not 97. That's what I'm thinking, is I might remove the better graphical mod. Or looking at something like that. Because I think it might be just taxing on my computer to have the better graphics mod, just to improve some of the graphical fidelity. I think we might just do that and just keep it default and just see about it. We will. be that, but we'll see. But we'll see where we end up. Thanks. You know, for a lot of people who really like to play Minecraft, like, I will be honest, I am somebody that used to have a little bit of fun with Minecraft. I did it on school camp, on school. In high school, I kind of would play it while I was waiting for my mom, or doing things like that. But I'll also tell you was a thing where in high school, when I was 18 years of age, I would still have use of that, where I'd use like this thing called Dice Muffin, where I could access to certain things on the computers in high school that basically you could access certain websites you couldn't access before. You could watch like content that you probably shouldn't be watching, and I used a lot of it to have that untethered, unfettered access on a daily basis. Now we're in London. On the A20 right now. And looky what I just did. Wrong way of fence. I freaking knew it. Fruit, fruit, fruity tooty, fruit, fruit, fruit. Like, come on. Like, seriously. Like, ugh. Like, this is the problem I have when I drive into a place like this. No! No! Ouch! Wow! How did I get stuck like that? Truly. Thanks, Copy, for joining the TikTok live. Thank you. You know what? Because we're going the wrong way like this, we're gonna go back by 2. Because I hate driving on the left. See, and Glasses, oh, he doesn't get sick. And it's like, you get sick, you just don't, like, there's been times where, oh, you don't get sick. Well, yeah, you do. Everybody gets sick. It just might not be as sick as you think it is. Glasses doesn't get the colds, doesn't, like, but you don't know that a cold, that you can get sick a lot of the time. Everybody gets sick. Everybody has some sort of sickness. At some point in their life, they've gotten sick at some point. Everybody gets sick. Everybody gets the flu. And Glass isn't going to be on tonight, guys. So I might just play this until Scarlet hops on. Na 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 boo boo. We did a boo boo again. It's really crazy trying to get to where we're trying to go. Ugh. But I gotta do Save the World stuff tonight, so... But anywho, you know, one of the other things that I really wanted to necessarily say is like, I'm sorry, I'm not really active right now because I really am just kind of thinking about ending the stream, kind of thinking about just going to go and play some Fortnite, thinking about watching some content on the internet. I've been going through a lot in my head that I just don't want to really continue on playing this, but I gotta finish this up for today. There is one thing I do wanted to share with you guys that you guys can really sink your teeth into. You know, you guys can really take into consideration that, you know, we can fight, and if you continue to, don't just flee because you are a like, one of the things that I talked about really at the very beginning of this stream, you know, and I know, you look at 9/11, you look at the issue, not the 9/11 itself, but using the analogy that there are a lot of people that didn't get out in time. That didn't get out in time because they just was like, it's not gonna affect us. It's not gonna, you know, we'll just go back to work. We're fine. Nothing. There's no issues. No problems. But you actually gotta come and realize that there is a problem. That, you know, when you look at the democracy and you look at the things like what happened at 9/11, there were people that basically went back and said that, oh, we're just going to go back to work. And they didn't live. And it's the analogy of that if you don't fight and you don't fight, you will not have an opportunity to continue to live in a safe place like the United States right now. Like, if you continue to just sit back and say, oh, I don't care, I'm not gonna, it doesn't bother me, it doesn't affect me, it doesn't do any good to do not, you should. You should stand up, you should fight, you should be willing. You should be willing to stand up and fight. Because that's the whole point of this, is that, you know, when I was talking about the thing with the, okay, we gotta make sure that we're going onto the left side of the road, not the right side of the road. Jeez. Where you look at the issue with that is like, it's like you will eventually say, oh, it doesn't affect me, it doesn't do me any good to do it, but if you don't find a way to protest, find a way to stand up and protect the America, protect the things that we have, like, you know, you can go to this No Kings protest, but you're gonna maybe, oh, there's some fear that you're gonna get, oh, you're gonna get into this. Don't go. Like, I would love to go this Saturday. It's Saturday at 1 to 3 in my area. I'm not gonna say exactly where I'm at, but, you know, it's where I... Because I could normally go through this. 'Cause I did it earlier. But you know, you can still fight, you can still do something. You know, don't rely on X, don't rely on Z, don't rely on Y. Don't follow on a lot of these points. Like you're gonna step back and look at XY or XZ or do whatever, but you know, you can sit back and just enjoy life, but you cannot sit there and say, well, okay, there's nothing in my area, I'm just gonna sit here, I'm just gonna do whatever I want to do. And there are a lot of people that could really use your help, and really use your help in a lot of these active places that need your help. You know, you can say that, oh well, I don't want to, I'm going to sit here, I'm just going to spend my money on myself, I'm not going to do anything. Like having, like the thing is like, I don't spend all my money. Like I don't have any money right now. Most of the money I would spend on myself because I need to be able to survive and be able to survive on that. But you know, one of those things that I always will tell you is that I don't actively go out and look at these companies and say, or not, like, and say that, you know, are they willing to help others? Are they willing to do things? No, I don't do that. But I am somebody out there that I'm willing to step up and actually I should be doing that more often. I should be standing up and helping others and doing that. And I don't. And I'm somebody that's not truly a Christian in that sense, because I'm not doing those things. Now, of course, I'm going to go around because I made a mistake, and yeah, but that's okay. You know, what? A car just literally just disappeared in front of my eyes. Like, what the... Is this just part of the London Enhanced, or what? Yeah, like, literally, they disappear right there. That's why I'm thinking about just dropping a lot of my mods and just saying, hey, we're just gonna add just the multi-maps. But I'm like, we can't just sit back. It's like I share a lot of this stuff. The best thing that you can do is always get out and vote. You know, the Dominion voting system was bought by a right-leaning person, but we can figure out, hey, if the Dominion voting systems basically was bought by them, then I hope that these blue states and these places change from the Dominion voting systems to another voting system. Start shifting away from Dominion and use a different voting system. Maybe figure those things out. Instead of, you know, hopefully that they are willing to do that and willing to take that initiative for these states that, hey, stop using the Dominion voting systems and figure out, like, these places that utilize it, don't do it if it's a voting, like, if I could go out and buy Dominion voting systems, I would go out and buy it and keep it, like, just not change anything, not alter anything, not force change it. Maybe, you know, make sure that it's being done and supported by both sides, and not putting things to say, hey, oh, should be a Trump supporting person, or this should be a this person should just go vote for Trump anyway because, you know. I could go 97 kilometers per hour right now if I wanted to. Dude, I didn't see you there. But I think we'll be able to manage. Like, we got an hour and 15, an hour and 55. I could have easily rested there, but I think we should be able to manage. If we can't get there, it remains as 14, so I could have easily gotten and rested back there, but I didn't think about it until my character started yawning. But I am going to tell you, like, I am always actively looking into a lot of the things that I spend. Spend my time just looking and learning, but I'm not actively out there trying to push these things. But like I said, it's like you know, fight. Stand up. Don't just let them kick you around. Don't let them tell you, like, if they are going out of their way to hurt you or harm you, then it's time for you to maybe think about a different place. Maybe it's time for you to take in and into consideration of, you know, if you're struggling and you are feeling like you cannot fight anymore and fleeing is your only option, you still have some opportunity to still fight and fight to keep things going. Like, I'm not gonna try to just leave yet. I haven't like, if they're starting to kind of crack down on LGBTQ people leaving, it might be the time that I start thinking about leaving the United States and start leaving this country to better pastures. Speeding offense. Okay. Whatever. We're gonna go to services. Like, I think you should be able to... Like, yeah, like, I am nowhere in any shape or form absolutely know how to drive. Like, bing, bop, bam, bam, bing, bop, bam. We're at 116 now. Like double bing, bop, bam, bing, bop, bam. But I am actively going to tell you, like, I am... Ugh. But I'm going to be telling you, like, I actively just think that we should be putting our efforts into thinking about what's going on across the country and across the world, and thinking about what can we do here at home. If we are abroad, what can we do to help and support the homeless in some of these other countries. Like you need, like if you are actively, like if you are somebody that actively goes to these countries, actively visits these countries on a daily basis, like you go to Japan on a daily basis, go and find ways to help the homeless there, and help the like you can, like if you actively go there, you can be somebody, be better, and do what's right in that country. Helping you support that country and like if you live there, support that country. And but I'm gonna do a thing, guys. I'm gonna look on countries that I can put my business in. But I'm also thinking about maybe removing like Renault truck has been discovered. You know what? Let's go. Yeah. Thanks, Keegan, for joining the TikTok live thing. Thank you. There we go. Alright. This one I'm definitely will take that at 15 extra. And we got you. Damage penalty though. 13,000 in penalties. Yeah. Well, we are now at $209,000. Let's check our used truck market here. We have the Volvo FH3s. So we have the FH3s. We finally got a sleeper available to us. We are going to purchase you. And you're going up here to Lilyhammer. Bing, bop, bam. No, I want the truck manager. Thank you. We'll go down here. It's the FH Sleeper. Paint. Okay. Okay. We'll go with the runner sample. And then we just throw No, I think we go with the elemental one. Leave most everything stock, to be honest. Okay, so it's only... That's the trans flag here. We got the trans flag there. Confirm that order. Okay. And then let's go on the accessory sides again. Yeah, nothing. I can't throw that on anything, so we'll just have to deal with it. Ender. A water bottle 6-pack there. We'll throw that truck info there. Trans flag. Trans flag there. Three-spoke pearl. Then we'll go down here to the that. Okay. Mate, we got a. Let me go to type in cell phone. There. Alright. That's everything that we need. And then now, we're gonna end that there for today, though. We're going to go to player. We're gonna relocate ourselves up here. We'll be the first to start our EVGA journey. And we're gonna use the Volvo FH3. Then, we're now gonna go to Truck Manager. We're gonna go down here to the one that I was not utilizing. We're going to change some stuff about this truck specifically. Mainly, we're gonna change out the flag on the outside. Outside to fit the rainbow flag. And then on the inside accessories, that one can stay. I'm not going to change that. We're going to remove pretty much a lot of the stuff on the inside. Okay, that's gonna be gone, and that's gonna be gone as well. We're just gonna remove some of the stuff in here, because like these are going to be pretty much the Rainbow Pride tag. Those things will be default. Everybody has to have the rainbow flag because that's the whole point. And then now let's go to the recruitment agency. Carl P., you're automatically hired. Alright, let's see where we're at here. And now we've got you available to us. We have the Volvo in a good shape and form. And now we will rest just enough to get another trailer up here. Let's go to the company services, trailer purchase. We'll go with my fleet configuration, go with the dry liner here. And we'll purchase one for this garage up here. And we will catch you guys later. Hope you guys enjoyed. Remember to hit that follow, like, subscribe. If you guys are watching, remember, it's all free to do so unless you're in Trovo. Subscribing is not free. But other than that, everywhere else, it is. So, anyway, we will save this game over here, and I'm going to save it under live 10, 15, 10, 14, 20, 25. 5, and we'll put a 2 in front of it. And that'll be it for today. So, Guys, I'm gonna get about 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then I'll hop in, and we'll play some Call of Duty. I mean, Fortnite. So, anyway, we'll catch you guys later.